Uh, well, glad that at least the mic is working because I just realized that I didn't do a test. But uh, Happy New Year in earnest, everyone. Uh, yeah. Chances are it's probably going to be a you know quiet day, but you know that's okay. Let's get the ad blocker up because today plan is to work on the market plot. Also because it's largely going to be a you know more chill stream. We're probably going to be doing primarily cleaning because Lord knows this plot needs that. What is this? Yeah, this plot is at like 3,139. We were to say we were laissez-faire with the item limit on this plot. Would be an egregious understatement. Ah, I don't think you can really see it because of the paver issue. Um, Thank you for that, by the way, S6. Um, but some of the, not all of them, thank goodness, but some of the lantern strings have like, they have spoons, like as threading, which, seemed like a good idea at the time. But, well, in a clamshell, that's one of the redesigns that I plan to do is get rid of the get rid of the spoons, get rid of the pavers. We are probably going to restring the lanterns using the new string lights. That's going to be interesting. I'm always reminded of like I guess at this point it's might be an obscure reference, but like not even Firefly, but the Firefly movie, and it's just like define interesting. And it's like oh god, we're all gonna die. Uh, yeah, let's just let's just get rid of it. One of those times where you just bite the bullet, bite that bullet. Is what are we done with, everybody? That's right, we're done with pavers. Like at this point, I almost feel like they're breaking them on purpose. It's really hard to not be like a little sus with them at or a little sus with S6 and just be like, I feel like y'all are doing this on purpose because of like all the shenanigans that we use pavers for. Hey, Queen. Where we here. That's what the stream is for. I'm I'm 100% like that's what I do the streams for. I I like to say that I 100% can do my own thing for the entirety of the stream, but the purpose of the stream, first and foremost, is to answer questions and help people. So if there's a question you need help with, please ask it. Also, you're welcome. Sorry. Don't want to glaze. Made Wanted to make sure I didn't glaze over that. I'm really bad for that. I trying to stuffed animal claw machine. Oh, okay. I've seen a few of those. They're not um depending on how like complicated you want to be with it. Um, they look um like they look complicated. But like the mechanism in place actually is pretty simplistic, believe it or not. Uh, at least some of them that I've seen. Let me just put place back down. Can I get the chandelier flipped? Oh, okay, that's a new one. Sorry, I just don't want to lose my the tint on these lamps by accidentally placing them back in my box. Because that's a thing now. Okay. Hey, Eskener. It took me a second. I'm still. Town of Dragon is still booting up for the day. Um, okay, so which chandelier are you trying to use out of curiosity? Just so I can more accurately. Oh, that was a horrible sentence. You've seen a moonstruck chandelier. Okay. Heck, would I have that placed? Sorry. Um, sorry. It's one of those items that I've like only ever made one of it. Um, Not entirely. Um, all of the building blocks, more or less these days, function the same. Like at one point or another, or sorry, with one exception, uh, um, there's one exception, and that's this uh, word I choose not to use. Sucker. There we go. This sucker. And that's because of it like this sucker flares out at the bottom. And because it flares out at the bottom and the top, it's just like a nightmare for like doing certain placement stuff. So let me. Oh, actually, I have a. I also forgot my visualizer. Apparently, we were doing the housing trick at the end of last stream. There we go. Um, sorry. Oh, sweet. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. So, um, actually, I was having issues with this recently. I'm not entirely sure if you can do this anymore. Now I'm thinking about it. Though it might be the shelf that's getting in the way. Because, of course, it's always got to be something. Yeah, unfortunately, screenshots. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was the shelf that was getting in the way. Screenshots, sadly, aren't that useful. Um, Only because I can't go in and like dissect it. Oh wait, you just saw it? If you just saw it, then and you are able to like send me the username and I can like go to the plot, that is helpful. Yeah, so like as Eskinar just mentioned. So like if your screenshot like shows the username, so for anybody watching this now or in the future, when you take screenshots, make sure you capture the username of the plot owner, um, because when you're for anyone that is unaware, because some people might be, when you're viewing somebody's plot, the person's or the plot owner is uh, their username is in place of where your username normally is. So taking like a full screenshot uh, does actually have a purpose. I'll just go to a random one to explain or to illustrate. Or actually, let's see if we know anybody. It's very rare that we actually do. Oh, especially because it's featured. Yeah, you zoomed in. Yeah. Oh, it was about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's all good. Just now you know for next time. It's why I mention these things, is just so people know, mainly for next time. But this is also kind of why I was hoping, or here, let's, oh, there we go, trending. To like see somebody that I know, or a designer that I know. Um, hey Hugh, do you have a plot up? Probably not. Some people's usernames genuinely make me laugh. Not because they're like inappropriate or anything, but they, are just, genuinely funny. Ooh, I love. Uh, let's not. Dang it. I'm also breaking my rule by. You know what? Yeah, let's not. Let's just go to the Palian show home because I don't. I don't want to break my rule of um showing people's work on my channel that I did not get consent for. Um, so also for anybody that was unaware of this fact, when you go to plots, because you know, we have a lot of new players, and also this feature did come in after take two, after home tours became a thing. So it did kind of just sneak in there. You are able to like run around, and on PC at least, you can press G and you go into this mode where you can start analyzing the different items. And even more so, this is where it gets a little saucy. You can go into your camera view and then you can press G. They might have patched this. This used to work. Oh, right. Because they changed it that you don't see interactable stuff in your camera. Darn it. But you can at least see and on the Palian show home, it's not as uh it's not as useful. I mean, unless you want to like out all the stuff that isn't in game. um but if something like say is in an assembly, you can analyze what exactly is in that assembly. Yeah, I feel that. Oop, sorry. But I will mention, make sure you turn off that G view before you do anything, before you go back to the tour board, before you go home. Just whenever I go home, um, it always puts me into a bad state. Um, that's great. Oh yeah, no. I as well feel you there. I was over the limit by about oh, how much was I over by? Oh, who remembers at this point? Um, I I was at like over 7K before I started picking up items. But now I'm down to like 1900. Where is a good example? Which this is very nice, by the way. I mean, a prime example would probably be where somebody would want to figure out what you used for your doorknobs. But I just have an encyclopedic knowledge of items, so, but not all people are me. So I am weird. That's cute. I love that. Mm, there, that's great. That's cute. It's very simple. And right there is like a great example of how like glitches don't always need to be like super um like massively complicated to be really cool. Because that is really nice as a note. And I'm not just like trying to, you know, give you charity titters. That's really nice. Also, hey Joa. Um, Mainly because anyone who's familiar with the channel knows that I adore stone and I love those lights. But the fact that those lights are on the log cabin is like a crime against nature. So, um, you mentioned outside. The left or right? Sorry, I'm a directionally challenged Drago. I get lost very easily. Because this way? Okay. Mm. Ooh, sweet. Yeah, this is a perfect example of something where we would use G to start dissecting it. But yeah, this is super cute. Also, the stairs are super smooth. Oh, nice. I've yet to see those candles in the design yet, and they're very cute. Um, but any road, nice arch by the way. Are we are we using art? We can't walk through them, so I'm assuming we're using pillars. Unless it's the lanterns that it's making us not be able to walk through them. So it's a float arch. Oh, really? Yeah, nice. Also, I love the birch trees. I am gonna be so sad when they fix the birch trees. I'm gonna be so sad. Uh, or sorry, the birch and the oak. Birch and oak both do that. Um, ooh, we do love a good dog. This is cute too. Although I can definitely, I can 100% see, uh, yeah, where your item limit is hurting. Um, Basically, you're having your plot looks like it is having a lot of the growing pains that mine is, or well, I mean was before and that's just that like a lot of like self-made construction, which my brain just short-circuited. This dock back here, when you feel up to it, you can save item slots by like redoing this dock. Once again, when you feel up to it, um, if you redo this dock in the bridge pieces, and I can show you how to like get these tables and stuff out here without like needing to like flick and whatnot, because you can do it all with group select. The only issues that you will run into is like getting like stuff like this ficus planter and stuff. Like that is where it's going to get a little bit hard, but you can just like you can float it off of like, or not float, but you can sink it off of like stuff like these pillars. So you just get a little bit creative. But again, and trust me, it's just summoning that or manifesting the energy to do it is a lot. Um, yeah, I destroyed my auto body shop, and I'm like trying to rebuild it, and I'm just like I have no. I should have um done it in like stages or something, because like I've no I've lost all will. Oh, I appreciate that. Um, Truth be told, I didn't have to tear it apart because I had gotten myself into like the safe zone without taking apart my auto body shop. But if I wanted to like develop my plot any further, I would have. It was either like changes had to be made and like I had to optimize. So, but thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. Um, Okay. So, is paleo burnout a thing? It is 100%. And it, for some of us anyway, is getting worse. Um, let, yeah. Um, it's, and it's largely a reason why I like when people mention being like, or a feeling of being behind, like in like the early or when they just start out and they're just like, oh, I need to go to cooking parties. I need to rush through the storyline. I'm just like, relax, just or try to relax. Take your time because at some point you're just going to be like the rest of us with like maxed out renown with nothing to spend it on and trying to make our own fun. And I think that's a part of my burnout, at least, is that I've been making my own fun for going on like 2 years with like very like periods of like, you know, S6 makes content releases, sure, and they don't need to like always make content releases because that is unrealistic for any company to always be making content releases. Um, However, they have been like systematically abandoning the areas of the game that like I have been like using to make my own fun, if that makes sense. So like the Harvest House system like has been wholesale abandoned, and it's just like, okay, thanks S6, I guess. And they're basically treating us like a bunch of cats and gave us cardboard boxes to play with. So, yeah. And like if I love the community greatly, but if I have to answer one more question about how do I attach the Harvest House system to the Homeline system, I'm just gonna hotkey the patch notes. I'm just gonna start hotkeying the patch notes and tell people to just go read the patch notes. Normally, which as a note, normally I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine answering questions. I I'm perfectly fine. But like from its inception, S6 has mentioned that they will not interact with one another. And they've been very outspoken with that. So, yeah. Um, That being said, while it's not super helpful, if you want to Discord me that screenshot that you did have, he's like, might as well. Because it'll at least give me like a vague idea of what we're shooting for here. So I'm not like shooting in the dark. But yeah, I 100% agree with like that like the new housing system, like it's not even a, I mean, yeah, it like lacking originality is part of it, but it's it's kind of like we are seeing S6's industrial revolution, if that makes sense. And they're starting to like mass produce their housing pieces. And it's not a good thing because um it we're just seeing like the exact same thing with just very little changed. And um and even worse so in their rush to get it to to print or like to get it out of production, they're not making sure that the systems mesh in any way. Um, so like if you put like the Homeline like estate and like Alchemist, the roofs like don't line up against one another, you know, like in any way. Like there is no way to like make that work unless you like stack one on top of the other. And then they're like not going back to at least at the moment they're not going back to fix the issues that the Alchemist system had that like players have been mentioning that they didn't like, which is what they asked us to do is mention what we didn't like, and they haven't done it. But they still rushed out the estate one and it's just like, okay, but you didn't make the overhang change texture at all. The underside of the Alchemist bits are still red, no matter what texture you put on. And yeah, so all in all, it's just compounding my exhaustion with the game. Which is kind of why I'm, for the most part, doing my best to just put it all away. And I mean, and as far as like plushies taking over the game, um, I don't entirely mind that. I mean, like the plushie community, like the people that like enjoy the plush items, I feel like those people are valid, you know, while it's not my cup of tea. Mm, that's fine. You know, hardcore building isn't their cup of tea. As long as we both, you know, respect each other's right to exist. I think Pally is a big enough game that we both can exist in the same game. So, yeah. And yeah, I'm 100% with you there, Queen. Like the fact that there isn't like what I've been kind of calling like a lack of complex architecture, which is the biggest thing that we lost when we changed over to the Alchemist home system, that we lost that ability to have like a combination of, you know, hallways, large rooms, medium rooms, and now we only have the medium room and nothing else. Uh, oh yeah, right. I'm just like fascinating. Okay, I see what's going on there. Um, so, this looks like ragtag poets work almost. Oh, I can't remember ragtag poets' full username. I think there's I think there's several numbers at the end of their username. Danke. I know that they have, yeah. They have an arcade that's fantastic, by the way. Anyone has a chance to see it, it is a great time. So basically, what's going on with this piece is, uh, or sorry, I was downloading it so we could view this together. Reset transform. Oh Lord. Would I say The Alchemist has been a fail? I it depends on who you ask. That's the thing. Um, so who for the people that enjoy that aesthetic, like I think overall, yes, but only because like the customizability of it is lacking. And mainly because um of those like the issues that I mentioned. I think the aesthetic is, and yeah, as Hugh just mentioned, I'm not sure about a fail. I think unfinished. I think it needs work. Um, and yeah, it's not that it's buggy, whereas like the estate house system is buggy. So you like, um, let me just clean up a bit. If you go into like the estate, like it literally, oof, let me get this out of the way. The front, the front bit flickers. How that got past QS or like QC is beyond me. So yeah, um, but yeah. Uh, that being said, uh, so the Alchemist home line at least is a bit more polished than the estate one. So I'll give it that. But I mean, that also being said, they both have their own issues. So that being said, we're gonna have our first self care break. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, and we're back. Um, so yeah, but that's kind of what I was getting at with that is kind of one of the issues with that. But then what I was referring to with the Alchemist home line, just grab any roofing texture will do. Sure, this one. So if you change the roof in any way, this front bit will not change. And there's no way to change this away from red at all. So it's red or bust, or I guess burgundy or bust. Ba, ba, ba. But that being said, I think we've fixated on enough on that for now. I think that might work. Or, yeah, just use the shelf. Let's grab our rainbow dragon. And we can get a bit more out of that. This is actually funny enough. This is something that I do with a lot of my ceiling lights, which is like recess them in to make it so it's not as or it's sorry, how do I translate this into English? Uh, so it's harder to uh, get or like get at that interact. Yeah, exactly as Hugh just mentioned. I make the prompt less accessible. And then let's take this one off. And then place it, and then boop. Yeah, this is where it gets a bit annoying. So you're gonna want a second, or I guess in this case a third floor. Uh, and you group select it, and then you group select it off to the side, and then it'll let you place that flooring overlapping with the other. Let's just gold. And yeah, exactly as Hugh mentioned, because I as well just got tired one too many times of um, you know, trying to access a cooking bench and then you know then just like, oops, just kidding. Um, gonna turn off the light 18 times. Um, how are we gonna make this work, Dragon? Now let's turn it into a glove. Okay, let's not turn it into a glove. Let's turn it into a railing. Excuse. Yeah. I'm sorry, they whack. I did not know that. Sorry for anyone that is watching this in the future. Apparently, Taylor tickets have a maximum of 500. Okay. I mean, I, I barely care about that because I mean, but I mean, I guess now I'll start buying more colors. Um, I mean, like I think I did end up purchasing like all the hairstyles because why not? Why did I go to the bottom? Yeah, but the thing is that like I don't or outside of like being forced into doing the dailies for the path, I yeah. Y'all don't know how long I searched for it like for a black that I liked. Oh my gosh. Um which so or let me take off my hat. Just so you guys don't have to. And then let me it's in metal so it's metallic cool. Uh House of uh however you say that. Omiata? Whatever. Um and yeah, there it's the black is in there. It has a bit of a sheen to it, but it's the best black I found. Like, I think I might have bought an indigo, but yeah, what is this? This one? It's quite irksome that they don't actually have, like, yeah. And it's like, oh, hmm. And it's just like, I'm also curious. It's just like, are they gonna make us buy all these again? If, like, if slash when they ever come out with the um what am I trying to say? Outfit dyeing. Like that's part of why I was not spending these. because that was like it was very unclear. Also, I have to say that I'm as someone who prefers blue reds, I'm not very impressed with their selection of reds. And sorry, that statement will only make sense to people who are like, I mean, actually, no, that probably makes sense to a lot of people out there. Um, uh, Basically, to anyone that doesn't understand that comment, like between like what is a blue red and what is a not a blue red, there is. Uh, Let me go back to like so these are what is like referred to as like an orange red, and it is basically exactly what it sounds like. It is closer to orange than it is to the blue side of the spectrum, um, and it it just has in color theory you would add blue to it to get a blue red, and that's where you get colors like crimson, like scarlet. Um, Whereas um, for trying to think of what or I'm not a fan of orange reds, so I'm not even sure uh, like which reds are even in like fire reds, like fire truck red is in the orange red spectrum. But yeah, like my shirt is like technically red, but it's more of like a yeah, candy apple red um is an orange red, I think. It depends it also depends on the candy apple red though, because some candy apple red can be closer to um depending on like if we're talking like car paint, you can have like a darker candy apple red, but traditionally speaking, it's more of an orange red. So, but I think it's been a long time since I've seen a candy apple red. Hold please. Candy apple red hex code. Yeah. So this is conventionally what candy apple red is. So it's like the red on a candy cane, or like yeah, but yeah. Whereas like let's see if okay, that's more of a gent or not. That's more of a fuchsia. Still a fuchsia. Sorry, I could talk color theory for hours. Everyone's just like, I think he went to art school. Hey, Neil. I'm I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing okay too. Um, Here we go. That's more. Let's get into the blue red ish. Getting closer anyway. There we go. That is a very blue red. That makes Tiny Dragon's brain purr. It basically is like it's like the color that you think of when it's like velvet, like mm, or like oh, actually perfect. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't default to this. Um, yeah, that hood right there. But yeah, mm, I would love. Oh yeah, that deep red. I would love for us to be able to like tint furniture that deep red. I would love to be able to like paint one of my cars that deep red. That may or may not be the color of my car. Um, let's see this. Ooh, yeah. And see, um, that, and I'm actually going to save this so I can share it. Um, this is where we get into talking about, because this is actually interesting. Um, Mainly because I've worked with cars. Uh, so you're actually not wrong. That is what my dad would call candy apple red, kind of. I think I'm pretty sure. I would need to ask him. Without seeing the color in person, that might be a perloid, but like overall, the shade is what would be commonly referred to at like in the like candy apple spectrum. It's just that the the blending of the paint does make it look darker. So yeah, and interestingly enough, this is where we get into like the two different kinds of color theory, and it's actually very interesting. So the picture I showed before uses light color theory, whereas this one right here uses paint color theory, which are two different kinds of color theory. Um, and again, I can kind of talk how, or get into like how it's a little bit different, but in a nutshell, it uh, light uses, um, for the most part, um, red, blue, and green, whereas paint, for the most part, uses red, blue, and yellow for mixing. And yeah, and for the most part, those are the main differences. So I'm sure you can get into the minutia of how there are many more differences, but when you get down to the brass tacks, the that's the biggest one. Okay. Queen, are you still hanging around? Totally fine if she might not be. I just gotta sweet. Just I realized like now that our now that the hyperfixation on color is over, um, I realized that if we can like detach, I mean, I guess we don't have to detach this. Maybe. I mean, we probably just want to like take it off of. Hmm. The easiest way probably would be to just like take the one floor off of here, because the easiest way probably would be to attach the gloves to the same floor that your chandelier is on. Just that way you don't need to do any nonsensical flipping with your float calculations. You're just doing like a basic, you know, toss it in the air. The hardest thing is going to be just, lining it up with the base there. And then it's going to be in line with that, or it's going to be in the right direction already, if that makes sense. Let me just make another glove. Hold please. Unfortunately, we're not able to credit the original designer at this time. But we are assisting with recreating this piece. Sorry, I'm just resizing the image again. Is a little big. Here we go. But for the most part, Queen just needed assistance with making the claw set up. I think. I think that's all you mentioned that you needed assistance with. I can, I can help with other bits if you need. Um, oh, it's okay. It's all good. Remember what I said. Now you know for next time. That's okay. Okay, so I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to do this. Truth be told, the most simplistic way probably would be to put it back up on our pillar here and then doing our darndest to remember um, how many ticks we raised it. Um, I'm pretty sure it was like one or two past the line. Let's go with one. And then after that, probably gonna want a auxiliary floor somewhere that we will use to perform an item cancellation just to get our um, chandelier out of the way. Now the fun part that we just need to remember where exactly we had a chandelier. If I was a smart dragon, I would have like marked it out, but I'm adorable, so dang. It's actually not bad for a blind first attempt. Of course, if you want to get a bit like fancy, you could, if you wanted, do like Uh, um, it would involve adding a third item, or not, like it would add another item into the mix. But if you used a dessert plate, hold please, dessert, and then let's grab another shelf because why the heck not? Um, there's the dessert plate, and just to help with some collision issues or potential collision issues, we're just going to have it away from the shelf. You don't need to use group select. You can always just do a float to like toss it away from the shelf. And we're just going to pick up these guys. And now we're going to rotate the shelf just a wee bit. Enjoy your leather glove. And now we're going to rotate the shelf in the other direction. And we're just going to cancel or perform an item cancellation so that the glove is not in the way anymore. And then place and that way it just kind of would look like the claw is like opening. And then this actually would have an added benefit because since we're adding another item that has a placeable surface on it, we can be a bit saucy. So if we perform item cancellation with, or an item cancellation with both gloves, we can then add a pillar. And then on top of said pillar, we can put a railing. And now we have that railing on top of our pillar, on top of our gloves. And now you might be asking yourself, why is this important? Well, now we can do our item cancellation with our shelf. And then we group select our railing. And theoretically, anyway. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I did say theoretically. Let's go like this. We might need to be a bit more creative, unfortunately. It gets a bit testy when we're in the air for some ungodly reason. There we go. And now we can line up our pillar um with our chandelier. And of course our float calculation this time was too much. That's okay. Third time's the charm. And that's just the game telling you or reminding you that you can be the problem. There we go. Thank you kindly. I try. And then if by chance you left this intact, you you don't need to take it apart. Just flip your pillar upside down again. Just don't do it like I did. And then raise it up. And we're just going to do that group select that we did before. And you should be good. Alternatively, of course, you can um, have, let me try and snag the, yeah. Rather than, pardon me, you can have it on your wall. It would just be kind of a similar mechanism to how we put it on the pillar. And that's how you get that like really clean line, is just with a group select. If you would like it a little bit higher, because you can, just boop, adding another wall on top, for whatever reason, gives you a little bit higher of a placement. Or actually, we might not even need group select that time. I can't, it's been a hot minute since I've done this. Then you just gotta take off that, and then, yeah. It all depends on like how you want it to look. Uh, oops. However, be careful with the floor might rotate on you. And if your floor rotates, your gloves will rotate, or your claw will rotate on you. So, just something to keep in mind. Oops. I forgot that we were doing shenanigans on this plot. Uh, oh, you're very welcome, hon. Always happy to help. Which, just a random tangent, by the way, everybody. You guys want to see something completely nonsensical? If you can, keep an eye on the plot value for a second. basically, in a nutshell, if anybody is looking to like drastically increase their plot value, there's no real purpose at the moment. Um, you know, beyond bragging rights, but for some ungodly reason, the Chappahat Fun Guy plush is worth like 40,000 plot value. And he's one of the cheaper plush that you can get at the Magi Market. Um, the pillows are worth, I think, also 40K. And in my tiny opinion, the pillows are almost cuter. In my tiny opinion. Wait, Aaron, I'm confused. But we can't sell them? How are they upping the money? Did I miss something? Oh, oh, no, 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 no. Sorry. Sorry, plot value points. So like how much your plot is valued at. Yeah. Um, again, i- the it's one of S6's kind of abandoned systems. They might do something with it. I highly doubt it. Let's see if I can get there before the self-care break. Co- uh, uh, yeah, Pallion show home. Um, if we shame, or I guess not exactly shame. Let's see if I can find it. I can never remember where it is. I think harass. If we harass S6 enough, maybe we can get these. Maybe we can get these trophies in game because I don't know about you. I like stuff, but like this trophy has been staring me in the face for like a while. So like if we as a community can like harass S6, I would like this trophy. Please. I mean, y'all did it for the duck. Just saying is all. There was like an overwhelming solidarity for that heckin' duck recipe. Um, this is currently in like the Pallion show home. So like if you go to the tour board and just like tour like the like Tish's dream home, it's it's just hanging out on this Dragontide bookshelf. No idea what the unlock conditions are supposed to be, but it's here. And it's been here for a while. Oh yeah, 100%. There's also like a bunch of paintings in here that like we can't get. Oh, nah, I missed the ad break. Ah, sorry. Oh wait, our ad's going. Dang it. OBS didn't give me the warning. Uh, oh, Turbo Life. Nice. Well, hi, Lovey. Um, Lovely to see you. Although we're supposed to do our self-care break, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I'll see you soon. I'll be less salty, I promise. All right, there we go. Everybody should be back from ads. Uh, and also, lovely to see you. Am flying solo. Let's see if I do this right. Yay, there we go. Anybody wants to check out an amazing streamer who is super sweet and is also a wonderful Pally streamer, check out Feisty Streams. Also, Happy New Year, Feisty. What are we working on today? We are working on our festival plot. We just finished helping out one of friend of the stream with this little claw that they were trying to replicate. But now we're gonna get into cleaning up some of these pavers that need to be dealt with. Ugh, because yeah, it's time. Tiny Dragons had enough. Oh yeah, I mean the pavers will be fixed, and like they said, the pavers are going to be fixed. But I'm also just this is the like this is the third time the pavers have broken. So I am I'm done with my designs being borked. So yeah. So yep, that's what um because I do have yeah, I have this one up here, this string. Funny enough, this string needs to be taken apart for a different reason. Although we might not like completely take it apart. Um we're really short. So let's just get because we should be able to nope. There we go. So yeah, there we go. Now we can see why this one needs to be kind of disassembled a little bit. And that's because there are spoons. At the time, we didn't have a better option. However, now we have a better option. So we were using the spoons for jointing in that case, but now we have our ring lights. In varying sizes that these will make. They'll make decent. Or not even decent. They'll make very nice jointing for the lanterns. So yeah, that is kind of the plan for today is get this number up here down from it's probably pretty hard for people on smaller screens to see. Currently we are at 3089 and we are just trying to reclaim as many item slots as possible. You know, without entirely destroying the design. Which we also aren't going to be needing this setup anymore. Just the whole purpose of that was we were trying to come up with a new version for it's like stringing the lamps together. Yeah, I think it might just be easier to just boop. It says the one, or yeah, one of the positives for the pavers being larger, they are significantly easier to just like grab out of the assembly. Silver lining. Okay, I think, yeah, over here is where we started. Just tethering them to the lamp posts. You know, it does, on one hand, does it kind of suck to kind of wipe the slate clean a little bit. However, it's also a chance to make it better. Um, and just realized before we do this, maybe we just make sure we have as many open slots in our inventory as possible. Ooh. Uh, I didn't think we were gonna go into the overage, but I wasn't sure. And I really didn't want to lose. Uh, I really didn't want to lose um, tints. There we go. Words are hard. Well, that being said, we might want to just realize it might behoove us to palletize these rather than um, like lining them up. I don't know how well we can palletize them. Okay, it's not bad. Just for anybody that's curious out there, this way, when we go to decorate with them later, rather than needing to pick them up one at a time, we can just shove a pallet in the pavilion, pick up the pallet, and we're good to go. Hey, Angie, happy Tuesday. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. It has been one heck of a one heck of a new year already. Hmm? Yeah, I'll get into it. It's just one of those times where you just kind of, you know, thank goodness we have some half decent escapism. But also remember to not overindulge in that. At least that's what I try my best to remind myself. I appreciate it. Thank you. But hopefully your New Year's celebration was, what do you even say for New Year's? Joyous. I suppose fun. Mine was, I mean, we don't normally do things, or don't normally do things for New Year's in our house, but this year we had like a little bit of a get together, and like I was reminded just how, I mean, I'm not old, but I'm just like, I'm not young either. I'm just like, hey, I still feel it. Oh, geez. Sounds like your holidays were in this similar vein to mine, except I mean, I mean, Poker Face. That wasn't my New Year's though. Also not my boyfriend. Eh, Anyways, sorry. My awkwardness comes out times like this. Everyone's just like, only times like this. Partially why we're kind of doing the, you know, cleaning and organizing today, maybe, because it's, it's calming. Don't give me that look. I feel the looks. They're just like, tell me more. It's just like, uh, just tell me more about how you find repetitive tasks calming. And it's just like, listen, oh, biscuits. So, I think we might have too many lamps, everybody. Or not enough. Who the heck knows? We'll find out when we go to do this again. Okay, let's just make this last one a mixed palette. Nope. Shush. It's not all perfectly organized. There's some chaos in there. Okay. Me too. Okay, how many items are we down to? 2862. We're getting there. I think that's part of the reason I wanted to partially dismantle the lanterns, but still like place them down, was so we could get a handle on that. Think, yeah. I don't even know what's in there. Jeez, I feel like I don't want to know. It's just that moment when it's just like, hey, I this game sometimes it's so choosy. Okay. Ugh. On the plus side, the last time we worked on this plot, I do remember like wanting to redo the like stone pillar edging. So like we could just wholesale tear it out and yeah, these because the estate railing has more coverage overall. So we could replace the stone pillars with estate railing. Hey, Snark, how can I help, hun? Message got deleted. Oh, was there a link? Sorry. Automod being automod. Or actually, I mean, it could be. I don't know if I still have banned terms, potentially. I've had an issue with like spammers. Oh. Um, any new colors on lamps to see if they match the vibe. Not in depth. I think I did a little bit, but not too much. I kind of intend to, although, uh, interestingly enough, the vibe that they did for the new palettes didn't really, or, and again, remember that I didn't go too in depth for it. Um, I I remember it not really matching the just the feel that I was going for. Let's. But these I could see. Ugh, sorry, hold please. I could see the olive, but weirdly enough, I mean, I would have to like see it in it kind of looks like it doesn't have that dark green on the bottom, but that it could just be the lighting. It okay, it does kind of look like it has the dark green, at least in the preview mode. However, the only thing that is really seen is like the base here. Um, I don't actually. I kind of like the wintry tint. Um, but I hope that answers your question. That I'm not afraid to change them. No, especially since I'm like redoing the strings anyway. I have no issue retinting stuff. And like when I did sorry, when I did the strings last time, I had or I tried to have like a defined pattern that I was going with to kind of make the process easier. So do I yeah, I don't have any of them left. but I let me see if I can remember. It would be easier if I we still had the hecking if we still had the modification bench, because that's how I made the pattern. So I just went to the modification bench and I like looked at them, and I was just like, okay, sweet. Um, it kind of works. I think it went autumn. Yeah, it's autumn, Calthea, berry, not slate, because we didn't have that alabaster, classic, and then it went in the reverse on the way back, if I remember correctly, or something to that effect. But it was pretty simplistic, just to like, as I said, make the process as easy as possible to mass produce it. And then just like take it a step further to make the process even easier. When I had the pattern set, I just put the lanterns like in the pattern I had decided on, uh, in my inventory in that order. So I would just go down the line in my inventory. So, okay, anchor point is back here. Wait, son of a biscuit. All right, there we go. Now let's just go this way. Finally, we grab it. right way on the first try. Hey. It's not too many. I was really hoping there was going to be more. Oh, I guess we do have all these pillars here. Part of me does want to like redo the flooring, if nothing else, just to deal with the leveling issue. Because that's ugly as sin. Ugh. And this might be a perfect time to, or I guess no, there is no perfect time to do this. There's just there's a bad time and a that there's a bad time and then there's the time that you do it. And it recentering this path. Uh, because when I initially built this path, um, it was centered on the spot that you loaded into the plot rather than the true center of the plot. Mm. Do I regret that I did it that way? Yes. Yes, I do. Mm. Does it kill me a little bit every single time I load it into this plot? A little bit, yeah. Mm. Okay. Now that it's daytime. Camera and tint options. There. Oh, the lampshade is actually a nice shade of green. So I actually probably will use that. Although that being said, let's see what they look like with their light on. Okay, it doesn't change that much. That one a little bit. Though remember that this down here, for the most part, won't be shown or won't be seen because it down here will be covered by the lampshade. Oh, sorry. This is where it gets a little bit complicated. So this bit will be covered by the lampshade of our other lamp that is turned upside down. So, yeah. So when like looking at new tint options, the only colors that we really care about are the lampshade and then this base part here. Because those are the only two parts that will be seen. Oh, 100%. And I can't even take credit for this one. I truly can't because this dang it, who even I know that the design was featured on uh Panda uh Panda something, I think. Is it Panda Van? They're a YouTuber. But actually, was it Ragtag Poet that made these? Maybe. I can't remember. Listen, I got the memory of a goldfish. When it comes to certain things. If it's if it's not a skill related or if it's not skill related information, my brain is like a sieve. But Dang it, my brain is short-circuiting. The original design of these was as a they did them as floating lanterns, if memory serves. And I was just like, those would look fantastic as lantern strings. So hey Auntie Darcy, how's it going? Happy New Year, by the way. Oh, is it self-care time already? Apparently so. Right, Lily Rattan. And string lights. Thank you. Do I have New Year's resolutions? I have so many. Although, uh, apparently found out that when you have goals, um, and I honestly need to check sources on this before I like go around spreading this information. But apparently, according to my one friend, uh, he read an article that if you like tell people your goals, it does the same thing in your brain as if you have already completed that goal. And I'm just like, I don't want to call sources in BS, but it would make a lot of sense. But at the same time, I do like, but sorry, I need to stand. But New Year's resolutions. I would like, I don't know, I would like to be kinder to myself this year. Because that's something that I struggle with. And working more effectively. Oh, biscuits. And as well, proper breaks. I will see everybody shortly. And we're back, everybody, from that proper break that I'm trying to have. Part of that resolution is to not apologize when I take those breaks. I am going to pretend that I'm resisting my Canadian urge to apologize for my own existence. I'm fine. But yeah, on the plus side, I think overall I am just aiming to be a bit healthier with my workflow because I don't think Palia is entirely the problem with my burnout. I think how I've been approaching my work for a very long time is a part of it. So, yeah. So I think if I had to zero in on my biggest resolution this year, it's to develop new strategies for working more effectively. And reminding myself that breaks are productive. Oh, right, we have Violet. How do I keep forgetting? Right, that's why I forgot. Uh, I just deleted Violet from my brain. Oh, Heart. Wait, what? I didn't know the release for that was tomorrow. Really? Uh-oh. I think we might be having a half day for Palia tomorrow, everybody. It does look genuinely fun, I will say. That also being said, it does look very, like on a conceptual standpoint, or sorry, it looks very much like Palia in a lot of ways, at least to me. And I don't know if it's just that I've been like looking for a game that is like Palia for so long that I'm just like projecting. But yeah. In other news, so this right here is why I deleted Violet from my memory. It's like I I was hoping for like a deep purple. Like the one time I I actually wanted that deep purple. Yeah, right. So I have pink, and I have like a coffee, except not because I know at like certain angles that it'll like it'll the it'll look it'll have hints of purple at certain angles. Cough syrup. There we go. So it's like brown with a hint of purple. It's like purple gone wrong. I mean, not entirely. Like I'm not abandoning as a note, I'm not abandoning Palia. I'm not. I'm but that being said, S6 has not been good to me. As a content creator, as a player, S6 has not done anything to keep me. Like if anything, they've like actively done I've said this in the past, like both in private and on stream, that it feels like S6 is doing everything in their power to make me quit their game. So, nope, we sure can't. Because S6 brought in a change, breaking that glitch. Because let me pull up the quote from S6 Seth. S6 Seth says, "We haven't actually removed any building glitches, but since they are not supported native gameplay, if we change something for another feature that leverages that code base, it's possible those glitches become harder to use." If by harder to use, they mean impossible to use, sure. He goes on to say, long term, our goal is to understand what players use glitches for and support it as native gameplay. I mean, it's impossible for them to do that anymore since now the glitches are no longer in like usable. For one, the only time we will intervene, we as an S6 will intervene is when a creative use of gameplay becomes detrimental to the health of the game. in this case, he's referring to enforcing the building or the building limit. But yeah, but over the past year, they've systematically brought in changes repeatedly that have broken uh, like bumping is impossible to do. Um, which like the cascading effect of losing bumping cannot be understated. Because as was mentioned, that change made building on invisible grids impossible. Which, for anybody that is not familiar with that glitch, I can do a quick demonstration of how it used to work. It used to be something a little bit like this. What's the most simplistic way we could have done this? Actually, yeah. Large room. And we used to get something flat. And as you can see, there's a little grid there. And if you lined up with that grid, you could build on it. And we used that for several different things. And it was as simple as just placing wall items on. And here's the funniest thing. Because of that change, this surface up here is now non-placeable. Because you no longer can touch that grid. The only reason why this grid was accessible was because of the bump effect. So it's like they bring in these changes without even knowing what's how their game works, or willing to fix the issues with their game. And the thing is that these are bug reports that have been submitted 2 years ago. So why are we going to waste our time submitting those bug reports again? When honestly, I have better things to do. So, yeah. And right, another instance of that, like, bumping being a necessity for something to work, was like the placeability of the fireplace. Um, so like some places are okay, but for the most part, a lot of it's not placeable. Because you get the something is in the way message. So, but I can only assume that they're just filing that under, oh, it's the Harvest House system. It doesn't matter anymore. Which, just saying, I it is what I called back when the like harvest or not harvest when the housing line system or home line system came out. I was just like, all of these issues that are like still exist with the Harvest House system, they're never going to fix them now, because why would they? So yeah. 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 I honestly have no idea what exactly their plan is moving forward. And I don't want to be a defeatist. I really don't. Because I have, like, I've spent a lot of time with this game. Huh. How do I see 2026 going for Pally if they carry on down this path? Um, it is going to be largely dependent on I think it's going to be largely dependent on what the I think the March the next major patch is March. So what that update brings, because I think that's their last real chance, especially with like Heartopia coming out, that at least from the looks of it has like and again, I only watched like a couple of trailers for Heartopia, but the building system in that game looks much more customizable than Palia. So like on a creative level, creative types like myself, if Heartopia ends up allowing us to like, and I'm talking about like basic things like gives us a functional interior door, which is something we've been asking S6 for 2 years. Uh, it's gonna look pretty dicey for S6. Because like why would I play and why would I build in a system that I need to spend so much more of my creative energy like problem solving? Like it was mentioned earlier. I'm not sure who, um, but somebody mentioned earlier that like glitch building is a skill in and of itself in this game. That is true. And look at me, make eye contact. I do not enjoy it. Okay? I do it because I have to, not because I enjoy it. Like people think that I glitch because I like it. No, I don't. I glitch because Palia's systems get in my way. Like, and like Palia's systems and arbitrary rules get in the way of me being creative. Full stop. I would enjoy Palia so much more if I did not have to glitch. Take a moment and let that sink in. That a tiny dragon, the player who is like I'm probably like I'm not going to say that I'm like most well known for glitching, but you know, when people hear my name, they're just like, "Oh, yeah, the player that glitches." Yeah. They would probably not think in a million years that I don't like it and that I don't enjoy it. Sorry, I know that got kind of intense there for a second, but yeah. But I mean, it's the truth. And like, uh, I was talking with my one friend, and I know this is probably going to sound like kind of full of myself, and I'm not saying that I'm like the Tony Stark of Palia, but I um, Tony Stark does have a line from the first Iron Man movie that is very applicable, um, because he's talking with a reporter, and she mentions like what'll you do if like there's no war, and he's just like, that's great, I would love that. The day there's no war, I'll start making baby bottles. And I'm the exact same way for glitching. I'm just like, great, I would love that. I would love there to be no glitching. The day there's no glitching, I'll, God forbid, start using my architecture training to make nice builds. But yeah. Um, but as for the future of Palia, it's also going to largely depend on what exactly they do with um, what exactly they do with the Palliapath system and how much they um, like how much they invest in it, what they lock behind it. This last patch, we saw them put uh, plush items in the path, and people still bought it. However, there was still a way for people to earn those plush items for free. It was harder. Now, what happens when Six is just like, this month the Palliapath has decor recipes, or not even decor recipes, but unique decor items that can only be acquired through the Palliapath. How are people going to respond to that? Um, but I mean, and yeah, I who also knows about Heartopia? They could have their own And they probably will have their own arbitrary rules. Every game I have ever played that has a housing system of some kind, they have their own arbitrary rules because they have to of some kind. It just depends on like how how crazy they decide to go with those arbitrary rules and how or not sorry, crazy is the wrong word. How strict they decide to be with those arbitrary rules. Um, Palia is definitely uh, their system is definitely the strictest that I've played as far as a game that that has like uh, rules seemingly for no reason. And I do mean seemingly for no reason. And like my the best evidence I have for that is the first glitch that I ever discovered in this game, which is like building like off of a building off of a hallway like this. Now I'm not sure. Now, sorry, I used that I discovered very loosely because I'm sure a lot of people discovered this at the same time way back in 2023. I'm sure people in alpha discovered this. But like wait. Oh, sorry. Right. Sorry, that's the one that's not allowed. There we go. I was just like you just can't place the room there. I had a brain fart for a second there. Yeah. I my biggest worry at the moment for the Palia path is that they um they start adding in the home line increases into the premium side. So, will I be streaming Heartopia tomorrow, giving us my opinions? 100%. Yeah, I am totally down to do that live. Yeah. Mainly, I definitely can use a break from Palia at this point. Need to cleanse the soul. It'll do me good. Both like I think creatively and yeah. I also think it'll be good for me to play something else. That being said, I'm also kind of worried that it'll also just make me a little bit jaded. That just like why can't Palia have this? But that also being said, it it is much easier to like you know have something in a game from like its inception than like to bring it in after the fact. I assume. I don't know. Not a coder, not a doctor. or not a game doctor, but yeah, possibly. Okay. I and I yeah, I could see that. Maybe at the same time, however, um, S6 seems to be very I don't know how to put this. Just from like hearing their like the vernacular that they use or like the lingo that like that they have a plan and like they have a game that they want to make and it and so it's just like and like I 100% could be reading too much into it. I definitely could, but at the same time, I mean, I've had passion projects before and like, you know, fair and fair. But at the same time, if you're making a passion project, don't ask for people's opinion and act like you're going to like and act like you're going to put it into the game. Is it fair to say that I've lost faith in S6? A very much so, a very long time ago. I and I don't like that I say that. But the when was it? It probably was around when the whole like the very first time I was uh actually it's actually really hard to say. Um, ooh, it could be like the introduction of the like the housing tour system and like and they mentioned that it was a highly requested system. And my visceral response to that was highly requested by whom? So, and they really like to say that about things that things are like highly requested. And I'm just like, yeah, and like highly requested by like I'm I'm pretty good at like Pally is my Pally's my hyperfixation. So when it comes to like people like mentioning things that they want about their game, I'm pretty good at remembering stuff like that, however big or small. Unless it's like a one-off. One-offs are hard to remember, but the thing is, if it's a one-off, it doesn't really get filed away under highly requested. So yeah. If they wanted to be transparent, they would have a tab on their website that they post players' requests and let players vote on them. I would 100% agree. Yeah. And yeah. And I feel like the fact that they haven't done something like that just kind of illustrates that they're making the game that they want to make. Again, I would like to point out that's fine. Just say that. And don't sorry, I'm going all Judge Judy. Just don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Don't tell me you want my feedback because you care about it. I'm perfectly fine with y'all not caring about feedback. It's perfectly fine. I won't give it then. I won't spend the time filling out the feedback forms. I won't. It's as simple as that. Because I've mentioned before, and I'll mention it for anybody that has not been in previous streams. But when I like actually sit down to give a feedback form, it's normally not just like a 1 or 2 line feedback. It normally is quite a fair, like well formatted, well worded, you know, piece of feedback that I put like a little bit of effort into. So mm, yep, it's like ripping off a band-aid. Just do it. Okay. Let's see if this is. Oh, biscuits. Right, I forgot we did that. If only they were all that easy. um, Sorry, I do just have to laugh at that because I've been oh yeah, Hugh, I'm right there with you. Like I I've wanted to be quiet about this because I don't want to support S6. I don't. But I on the off chance that a a path does come out that I might want to get, because I don't know, blue moons might happen. I don't know, because I'm not sure if I mentioned this on stream, but I mentioned this like on I actually have no idea where I mentioned this, but I said somewhere, possibly the Pally discussion channel. I post rage posts every now and again, and I was just like, I would have been so much more inclined if this was a dragon themed path, which I mean is not a lie. If this was a dragon onesie, yeah, I'd be down. I want to run around as a dragon, but a cute dragon, not a scary, angry dragon. I want to be cute. Is that such a crime? I I'm not too sure about dragon head pats. Uh, thank thank you, Angie. Oh yeah, Hugh. I I could definitely see a silver ring, and uh, maybe just maybe actually getting like a dragon pet. That'd be awesome. That would like float behind you. Oh my god! And I mean like the path makes itself. Oh my god! It does because there's already dragon fireworks in the game. You get like a dragon hoodie, or I guess a Magi hoodie. Um, yeah, and they could do like a little like chibi dragon. I don't know why I'm doing my free work for S6. Actually, the thing is, I didn't even, or actually, I'm not even doing the free work for this, um, because there's another person on the Palia Discord that already did this free work for them, uh, like forever and a day ago. Uh, some people might have heard of the Discord user Victoria. Dang, it's not Victoria. It's like Vic, Victorique. Victorique. Yeah, I it's one of those names that like I've seen it spelt, but I anyways, last name is like Avondale. Anyways, she did concept art of a Magi onesie, um, or like Magi Jamma, and like posted it on the Discord forever and a day ago after I had mentioned it and asked her. I think it was like either after the first or second Magi Market. I was just like, you know, it'd be awesome if there was like a Magi Jamma, you know, like the Chappa Jamma. And she's just like, yes, that would be great. I'll try it. And I was just like, please. And yeah, I'm sure the art still exists somewhere. But yeah, if S6 is to be believed, we should have a new one of these lunar paths every single month, which even by like battle pass standards is a bit egregious. Just saying. Brr. Oh please. Um. Yeah, that's her. Yeah. Yeah. So I was right. It's Victorique. Which means that I might be able to find the art now that you've found the spelling. Oh please. Although there is a from, and then in she would have put it in outfits and cosmetics. The power of knowing how to use all of the different things that, or the search conditions for Discord. I found it. Like, so yeah, this is phenomenal. Uh, Let me just fix reset trans. um, let me just make it smaller. But yeah, this is what she drew, and it's so cute. I mean, truth be told, if I had my way, I would have a longer tail. But from like an in-game perspective, I can understand how that would be like so egregious. So this would probably be more feasible. And yeah, it's so cute. and I adore it. And she already did the work for you, S6. Come on. Sorry. Okay. Before we like get cut off by ads, I have no idea why the like notification isn't actually popping up today. So weird. Must just be something with OBS. But anyways, we're gonna swap over to the Be Right Back screen. I'll see everybody in a few minutes. I'm gonna go take our self-care break, stretch, get water and all that. Much love, everybody. Okay, and we're back, everybody. Interesting. So for anybody curious about Heartopia, not to like fixate on this, sorry. Um, while you, it doesn't look like at the moment, uh, pre pre-registration rewards. Oh, interesting. Uh, there's apparently pre-registration rewards. So I would go to their website. Let me grab that link. My, it looks like there's pre-registration rewards. So anybody who's planning to play, I would I would go and pre-register. You registered in December. I mean, I assume that the pre-registration rewards will probably apply. That I can only assume. With what? My gosh. It looks like there are pets that are around your house. Create your unique self. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to I don't want to look too much into stuff. Let's let some of it be a surprise for once. I'm I'm already I'm already pretty hyped. Let's see. Although at, at least for what I saw for the like the building system from when did my friend share it with me? She shared it with me. I want to say mid-December was when she shared it with me. Yeah, we're just gonna have to redo that. That's okay. Sis Levi. It's what we get for using. It looks like the outfits have a balanced male female ratio. And see that? Oh, sorry. Well, that's appreciated. I appreciate that. I do 100%. That hasn't always been my thing. with Palia. Like I don't really care too much about like male and female, but like if there could, like, as long as there's like uh I don't know. It's just like as long as there's pants and like enough like options of pants, I'm happy. And yeah, Thalia has so many outfits that are just so bad. Should we just bite the bullet? Yeah, I don't when you love is Rapunzel. That's fair. Um, and for myself, um, oh, Motorhead for you, Hugh. Motorhead is a good one. Um, for myself, Hometown Hero, male. The or sorry, I mean it's called that, but like the reason why I like it is because both genders can wear it and they can both wear it comfortably. Um, I mainly got this one because my boyfriend liked it. If I'm being perfectly honest, don't tell him that. Uh, like I don't hate it. I don't, but I mainly got it because he liked it, which is, kind of silly for such a expensive skin. I feel like it would be so much better without this. I don't like mm, magic Winter Soldier esque arm and like Rune Warrior Tron on the back. Oh wait, no, sorry. Dang it. Dang it. Take two. Flow powered Winter Soldier mixed with Rune Warrior Tron. There we go. And yeah, and if like we hadn't got the like dang it, the thing to get the courier pet function, I probably wouldn't have purchased it. Needless to say, I regret it. If we could return something, I would. If we were allowed to return one purchase, it would be this. Also, idle animations. I feel like they just throw on the idle animations to like make outfits cost more. It's just like this outfit costs more because it has an idle animation. Or a transformation animation. And it's like, like, I don't hate Dapper Suit. Right, I can never. Ugh. If, like, when we are able to finally, like, color stuff, I could see myself maybe getting this one. Ugh. Actually, maybe. Yeah. You honestly believe that what the players wanted was to be able to trade outfits they already owned, not the mystery outfits. I mean, uh, may possibly, uh, largely a requested feature that I saw was like that people wanted to be able to like to purchase outfits or outfit pieces for other players as like a gift, which makes sense, and that other games have that, but they have that with agency. Exactly. Like, and like, and the thing is that that works out in like that. I don't think S6 realizes that that works out in favor of S6 because there are whales out there. Sorry, in just as a that's not meant as a derogatory term. Uh, whale is a term in the MMO. Yeah, for rich people in the MMO space who are able to spend a lot of money in like free to play games. So those players are able to spend a lot of money, and they do. They invest a lot of money in free to play games because that's how they can and are able to and choose to spend their money. Uh, and when games have a system that you can purchase for other players, those players that have the disposable income can send it to other people. I mean, unfortunately, and I mean, we saw that in like the early days of the mystery gift system, that there were people that were just like, can somebody buy me a mystery gift? Ooh woo. And it was just like, honey, really? I mean, like, good on you for trying, but really? Sorry. Please don't mistake what I just said as judgment. I find it humorous, I suppose. Mainly, I find the whole system humorous. That they, rather than allowing players to spend more money if they want to, and send the things that they want, we got this. And as I mentioned in like the last stream, I did get my first ever mystery gift. Um, and I will treasure this until the day I die. I will. However, I do find it hilarious that exactly what I said was going to happen did happen. I do. I mean, like, I feel like I should be popping out of a cake at Camp David for all of the closeted Republicans. Wait, there we go. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Or wait, do we have a Marilyn Monroe? I mean, we have like a Lola Rabbit, which could work. Or, I mean, not exactly, but we have like, you know, or I always say Lola, but Jessica Rabbit. You better work. Sashay Shantae, Panther on the runway. Doing, all them boys say. Big tail. Oh, definitely have to go. All right. Eh, there we go. All right. I mean, I was doing RuPaul, but sure. A little bit obscure. Or, mm, oh Lord. Oh yeah, there we go. Straight men questioning themselves right now. What can I say? I always a little bit of bi panic my view card. Oh, is it because I've got the pants on still? Yeah. That's hilarious that like even though it's overriding the pants, it's still wanting me to buy them. That's hilarious. I just yeah, right. The amount of thought that went into this outfit though. Also, whoever made this outfit, not leggings. Leggings are not see-through. Those are stockings. Or sorry, ladies, am I wrong? Okay, maybe those ones. Oh wait, no, no. If you go over them, it even says stockings. Okay, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm dead. I'm. You got it wrong, and then you got it right. What? I do hope because like I hope this is part or one of the things that we recolor when that system, if that system ever comes in. Because truth be told, I actually don't hate this dress. I do. I love this. I do. If I was allowed to recolor it. Because why are the laces the same color as the boots? What? They're there. You can't tell they're there, but they're there. That green is a choice. It says something. I'm not sure what statement that green is making. It's it's not quite like Christmas elf, but it's pretty close. And then like you would think this would be like some kind of electric green, and then this one is like it's kind of giving like mermaid vibes, but like that mermaid that found their way to the Christmas party and then was just like, oh right, it's Christmas. I guess we can't. We're we're supposed to be going to a Christmas party. Oh yeah, I'm not. We're we're not spending the money on the mermaid hair. Absolutely not. Um, that purple's not bad. I mean, it's not good, but it's not bad. It's it's like Crayola purple. I don't hate it. It's better um than that green. I almost like this coloration, except except that the fur is tinted. And it's just like, why? What this coloration looks like, it looks like this dress was made, and whoever made this dress forgot to what is commonly referred to as bleed the fabric, which is where you wash the fabric before you make the garment. And that is so stuff like this doesn't happen. So after the first time you wash the garment, the any residual dye doesn't bleed into and discolor any like white trim, etc. Sorry, right. I don't mention it enough. I did costume design. And did like a year or two of fashion studies. And like did it for work and took multiple commissions. So I know a thing or two about this kind of stuff. At least on this coloration, they changed the color of the laces. That's a plus. So something. I think the little black dress is probably one of my favorite, aside from the fact that the laces um the laces blend in. Although that being said, it's not uncommon for black boots to have black laces, so I will forgive that. The only time you will normally see different colored laces with your boots is where you have some type of colored boots. Yeah. The last one is also, if I remember, yeah, this one is, however, by far the nicest. It even tops like the little black dress, and I nicknamed this one the champagne dress. Both mainly because of the color, and it just is a showstopper top to bottom. Like the laces are just recolored to the perfect shade to complement the recoloring of the boots. There is this lovely fade. And then, interestingly enough, something that's lost in like most of the others is I forget outside of like the red, I forget that there's a belt because it blends in so much. Pink, it like completely disappears. Purple, it's kind of there. A little bit noticeable, or it's pretty noticeable in that one. Oh, I guess we skipped orange, didn't we? There's a reason we skipped orange. Anyways, I mean, I've just kind of been in a hyperfixation about this one. I have no idea why. I can't even remember at this point. That is the one thing that the orange does do really effectively, is it does a really good job of matching the boots with the belt, and then the laces are a very lovely color. However, the shade is just a little bit off for the rest of the dress. So they're almost like a neon, whereas the dress is like a fruit orange. Um, but uh, Lily Miss, we're mostly talking about just I don't even know. I was just talking about what was done well and what was not done well from kind of a costume design perspective. How did we? Oh, we got on this subject because of mystery gifts. That's why. I was just like, how do we even get on this subject? Because mystery gifts and how it would be much better if they just let people purchase the outfits that they wanted to give people. There we go. I knew there was something that got us here. But yeah, that's also the reason why I like this one too, is because uh, it's less bright and flashy. However, for this one, if we were to wear, oof, maybe not that dark. Also, I don't have the pigtails kind of clip through the dress. What's my favorite outfit? Um, hmm, call. I I like Hometown Hero. Fix my hair. I think it's really effective. I I really wish we could turn off the idle animation. That is probably the one thing that I really bugs me the most about it is the idle animation. And I probably would wear it more if it didn't have the idle animation. Then my second place uh that I own anyway is probably Party Prospector, believe it or not. I like that you can hide the little belt tool, and I really like the fit of it. So, and as well, doesn't have an idle animation. So, big plus. So it's nice to build in. Aside from that, I rather than like having favorite outfits, I have like favorite outfit pieces. So like my favorite hat is like the Builder Skyscraper hat, mainly because it has like this pencil. I know it sounds silly, but it's just like that little thing, and there just is nothing else that has come out yet that really like speaks to me as a player. Everything else is just kind of garish. That's my own personal feelings on the matter anyway. Um, what would speak to me as a player? Um, when it comes to like my own personal style, I hmm, I mean, yeah, a Magi themed onesie would be amazing. Yeah, I like there's been a lot of like becoming in March, I wish. Um, like there's a lot of like cute clothing, and I would love like cute clothing that works for guys, I guess, if that makes sense, or is like, or not works for guys, or just like gender neutral, if that is a bit more. So like, it's that whole like guys like to be cute too. Like there's so many things that like it's so close, but then it's just like either there's like a boob window, or sorry, a breast window, or there's a lot of ribbons, or not even like, and as a note, it note that I didn't say there are ribbons. It's that there are a lot of ribbons. Ribbons are fine. It's when it, did there need to be one here? Like, this one makes perfect sense. You know, little ribbon collar. Yeah, 100%. What's with this? Why? Like, where's that even attached to? Is it just like hot glued onto the outfit? And like, where are the shorts to that? I might have passed them. Yeah, see? Tail. And then another ribbon on the tail, ribbons on the Uggs. And that's like, and I don't even really dislike the high socks because mm, like in black, not even that bad. It's not. It's just the overabundance of bows. The bow on the backpack, perfectly fine. It's kind of cute. It's just, and I could even like excuse the one on the tail because sure. But yeah. What's another one that got ruined by bows or by a flood of bows? Um. Oh, their attempt at a kawaii outfit, which again, I totally would have bought this outfit if it's not Trading Traveler. I cannot remember what it was called. Yeah, it's literally called Kawaii Cutie. It's literally a flapping bow. I 100% would have bought this outfit if it wasn't riddled with bows. Because like in this case, this bow here, we are not excusing this bow because why? Where? What is its purpose? But and then on the flip side, these ones can kind of be excused, kind of, because you know we could you could kind of say maybe they're being used to fasten the sleeves. Sure. Why is there an why is there a butt bow? There sure is. There sure is. There's a flying bow. Yeah. And for anyone out there now in the future, kawaii street fashion is actually a thing in Japan. You can go and Google it, like what exactly kawaii street fashion is. This kind of looks like they got it mixed up with like kawaii and possibly gothic Lolita because there's like some kind of mini apron. But yeah. Yeah, at this point I'm not even sure because the question was like what would speak to me. I don't even know because I stopped expecting anything that would be made like for me like a very long time ago. And I know that sounds very defeatist, but like S6 heard we want pants and they came out with uh that. It's like, oh, you want testosterone fueled nonsense. And just like, what? No, we just said we want pants. What? It's like if like ladies were just like, I, I just asked for pockets. And then the next thing that came out was just like I was gonna say like an outfit with like nothing but pockets, but that might be the best thing. I don't know. It's like there's so many pockets. But yeah, I don't know how long we fixated on that. This is why I should not start talking about cosmetics on this channel, because we can fixate on that for hours. Boy, so many watered down versions of Lolita and Visual K. I think the absurdity of the hot dog is the only thing that piques your interest. You know what, girlfriend? Fair. That is fair. More than, actually. Also, thank you, Brooke. Oh, 100%. And I kind of find it humorous because I think S6 either released that as like as either a joke or as something that was intended for like like for the male audience, I think. And then it has become uh it has become like the gender neutral outfit. And it's just like once again, what S6 intends, what actually happens. Oh yeah, kind of like the googly eye glasses, meant as a joke. People love it, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna yuck other people's yum, but here. There's a reason we did that much destruction. We're going for the gonna make it worse before we make it better. At least we're gonna heckin' try. Can't remember how many stools are there. There's a lot. We're just gonna try not to think about it. Okay. Uh, oh, right. It's because we hit. Oh, is it? It's almost time for our self care break. Okay, make sure we don't put in the tintable stuff. Uh, I swear S6 is doing this on purpose to make my workflow take longer. It like says not placeable surface for like okay, let's just can't even like and like it used to be okay. I was gonna say it used to be that you could just like put it on the ground and that would kind of solve the issue. I guess now like escape out of it. I don't know. Yeah, I was worried about that. Okay. Gonna take our self care break. I'll be back shortly, and then we're gonna start moving our lines of stools so we can center our path finally. Okay, see everyone shortly. Mm. I also, during my break there, came up with it's a bit more of an abstract answer to that question of like, what would speak to me more? And it's actually quite simple. Uh, like more affordable options in S6's like releases. Like S6 has been moving further and further away from making their premium content affordable. Uh, that like while like you can always say that, sure, you can get the Zeki Club and get things at a reduced cost. Sure. But like even from a business standpoint, it I feel like it would make more sense for them to make things that were more affordable so that they don't need to give out discounts. I could be wrong. I don't mind being wrong. But like it's been a hot minute since we've seen anything in the like 450 range. Wonder if let's see if this might work, might not. Sure. Hmm. Okay, middle point is going to be there. New one anyway. Yeah, yeah, it's most likely just gonna take less time to. Ugh, hurts to say it. Just replace everything. Especially because uh sorry. Uh mm, sorry. It's a glitch bit. So to explain a bit more, it it's because of the amount of my energy that it takes. And uh, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, that's that's why. And I wouldn't say hate so much as mainly because I, truth be told, I don't really hate things. To me, hate is a very strong word. I'm not sure if I said hate earlier. I might have. I if I did say hate earlier, I misspoke, and I genuinely do apologize for that. Um, because yeah, hate is a very strong word that I try not to use. But yeah, I don't enjoy it, and yeah, I don't like it. So like if somebody like would were to ask me, what do you like about glitching in Palia? My answer would be, I don't. So, ideally, would I love to build with all the hassle? Yes, 100%. Yeah. If I could, if I could place these stools down as close as I would like, without having to use like place a pillar on top every single time, and group select, which I just realized that my visualizer is not turned on. And if I didn't have to have a visualizer on my screen, I mean, I guess I don't have to, but I do it because I, you know, I want to do my best to assist people But if that wasn't necessary, I would enjoy Palia much more. But because I can't, you know, I can't get these stools, that close together without placing a pillar. Group select. Repeat. Pillar. Group select. Repeat. I repeat that process. Hundreds of times. That would be my ideal Palia. Or like in a recent update, S6 changed some decor items to not be ground items anymore. Why only some? Why not just remove the ground tag entirely? Like, I think this one? Yeah. This one's still a ground item. Still a ground item. Funniest enough. This one didn't used to be a ground item, but it is now. So yeah. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Mm. Still want to move all pillared stools. I mean, the issue that I was running into was the collision issue, unfortunately. That it wasn't letting me merge them into the stools. All that being said, like, I really just realized that we don't need to go this far forward. Grabbing from the crate. Um, I mean, suppose I could try. Which, or no, that's not gonna work. I have them like this. You clever, you interesting. Hmm. Is it? It's not going to. Yeah. It's it's this one that's the issue. So it won't merge this way. So it'll go that way. It's not this way. Yeah. Which, I mean, truth be told, rather than doing it this way, Okay. And now, what about? Interesting. What happened there, dragon? Huh. Guess this whole thing isn't a bad thing after all. That moment where you're just like, I don't know, the entire path is kind of a fever dream that I barely remember anyway. The original conception of it, I think, involved licking of some kind. I think I just like tossed stools together. Okay, where's that box? I mean, I'm not going to confirm nor deny whether I have, on numerous occasions, crashed out. Yeah. Just like, riddle me this. Why do some of those get picked up, but not all of them? Yeah, yeah, it does. Like seriously, at this point, um, the something in the way message and the this is not a valid placement location isn't as bad. It's still pretty bad, but it's not as bad as the something is in the way message. But it like I almost get like the music from Kill Bill. It's like meh, 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 meh. Then you just like snap. And the UPS guy walks in and is like terrified and is like, I woke up this morning and I just hated everything. Okay, almost there. Kinda. Christmas. Did we inadvertently make the path wider? No, 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 we didn't. We didn't. No, because we picked up like 50 stools. Okay. Okay. So there's like 50 stools missing. Okay. So, in all actuality, we could kind of just like fill it in. Did we blunder into making this work? I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. Dubious, but alright. Okay, no, yeah. The original was 4 wide. Or we made it 4 wide. What? I'm so confused. I could swear it was 5. Here. Okay, 5 will work. 50 eyes. I think it's mainly because of where we're trying to like center it that's kind of messing me up. Say we like I'm not driving this heckin' clown car. I mean, in all actuality, that's not the worst thing in the world because I don't even want to look at how many stools there are on this plot because I'm kind of afraid. But there's probably a lot, or at least a lot more than there should be. There we go. That's how we'll play this. I mean, I planned for this. Part of my plan all along. Alright, I wonder if block and then railing on top of block. Okay, slightly easier to maneuver. But only slightly. Hmm. Actually, wait. Yes, I wanted a cupcake. Ooh, I do like that much more. Um, because these like originally these tables were meant as like uh or not tables so much as like stools. They were meant as like they were meant to be like river rocks, whereas now they kind of look like breakwater, kind of. Shifty eyes. Alright, time to use one of the benefits of S6 making these rugs. Rug bumping only works on the ground. Luckily, that's why we're doing it. So go fly a kite, S6. Hopefully I don't dream of stools. I mean, most likely not. I've not had that kind of interesting occurrence as of yet. I can't think of any time where that actually happened. I don't think I've ever actually. I have had any Pally related dreams. Though that being said, I am very bad at like remembering my dreams the next morning. So for all I know, I could have had them and just forgot. I wonder. Okay, let's try. And just see if there's any This is more efficient. That's not bad per se. As I said, it was the OG way I did this, was inventory flicking. So, uh, technically more efficient than obstacle flicking, but I kind of feel like a typewriter. I was wondering when we were going to run into one of these. Yeah, for anyone who was curious about the floating lanterns, they're tethered to the stools. Not sure if anyone ever was, but yeah. Oops. Uh, that moment when you accidentally flick in a Mugen. So, predictions for next patch. What are people thinking? I'm thinking Originally, I was saying that Lunar New Year was going to come, but now I'm not too sure. That prediction was based on the fact that like Lunar New Year was normally in January, or like Paleo Lunar New Year anyway. I know, like, you know, the New Year that it's based off of is not, but you know, three thirty. Still have a minute. Um, but I get the feeling we're probably gonna get in new Paleo-Path grinding stuff, though that might just be me wishful thinking. Besides that, I have no idea. Lunar New Year's not coming until later, which, you know, it would make sense, I guess, for it to be in February. I think the first one might have actually been in February now that I think about it. Because they might have taken like the January off. It was a long time ago, man. All right, we're going to switch over to the Be Right Back screen, and I will see everybody in a few minutes where we're going to get more of this path done. Maybe get some lantern strings banged out. Okay. Much love, everybody. Okay, and we're back. Hmm. Oh, sweet. We're, well, close-ish to the end of this. Yeah, I had a bit of a costume change. Was getting a bit toasty in my room. Hmm. I wonder what other lunar paths they might do. 'Cause, I mean, I guess they could do now, like, I guess, like, Path of the Silver Wing could be one. Like, the more I think about it, the more, like, doing one every single month seems like a big promise. Guess Path of the Golder. I mean, unless they just start going down like the different animals. Oh God, Path of the Gooby. I'm just picturing them doing like every other path other than dragon. Even though like putting aside like the amount of in-game dragon lore, I've seen quite a few other people in game, like quite a few, with like some kind of like dragon-esque username. So I'm not alone in being a fan of dragons. Not to like fixate on this or anything. Just saying is all. I feel like the money is there. They're just not taking advantage of it. Or wait, capitalizing. There we go. I think it might be time to take a break from this path. Before we just say, fork it. Oh, that moment when you realize that all the work you just did is that much off. Thanks for the reminder. Let's prototype some new lantern strings. Ha ha. Oh, let's get a pavilion rather than like palletizing it. Because we have too many to palletize. Uh, although, yeah, it would be if it was like only a single row. Oh Lord. So do so like oh wait. We can't. Where's a dragon? Dragon. Okay. We go boop, boop. And then we just move these. Just so we know where exactly they need to go. Okay. Thank you, Snark Hunter, for speaking up. Because yeah, if we cancel everything out of the way, and put a million pillars down. So close. That was exhausting. Now let's see if it was worth it. So we don't need to do that. All right. Wunderbar. Hey, I'm so happy for you. Sorry. I really am. I'm just we went through a whole thing. So it's hard to properly convey my excitement. My God. I never group select another log cabin stool. It'll be too soon. Oh my gosh, hon. Get some sleep. Again, grats though. And much love. Night night. Okay. Kind of crisis, not wow, I said not averted, but averted. You're getting sick of stools and you're not even building, right? I'm sure some might question why I am so like dedicated to this nonsensical art, like at this point, partially performance art piece. Um, and part part of the reason is to illustrate um, the need for a proper pathing item. Which is something we don't have. A little bit, yeah. Don't get me wrong. At one point, it was just a path. It was. Because I I made this in the days of, or I started this anyway, in the days of yore. Um, and like that's why uh, most of the stools aren't sunk. It's because it, I made it uh, before sinking was really fine tuned. So to say that this path has been through a few versions would be an understatement. Ooh, although, I feel like, I guess, nice as this bit is, we probably could save on some item slots by replacing that. Um, because, oh yeah, we have like 61 of them. It's like, I'm pretty sure we have like a lot of the shelves. Basically, the log cabin stuff is so easy to make. I've made so much of it. Ooh. Yeah, that's kind of mid, but that's kind of spicy. We just need a tent. Rolling. Yeah, I like that. And we'll reclaim some item slots in the process, which is desperately needed. I yeah. I mean, I've been chirping about how S6 it would behoove S6 to put in a true pathing item for forever and a day. But I don't know. They keep putting in clutter items instead. Like I could write a university level analysis on how adding a pathing item to the game would release the burden of like having individual assets, i.e., pavers, and they probably still wouldn't do it. Probably just to spite me. I swear, somebody at S6 has like oppositional defiance disorder. it boggles the mind. I It might like circle back around that they are, or like circle back around to like the point I kind of flippantly made earlier, that like they're making the game that they want to make, which like again, I I want to stress the point that, I mean, there isn't anything inherently wrong with that to a to a point. But when, you know, when somebody gives you a piece of feedback that like would improve or theoretically improve the quality of your game, not to toot my own horn, but like if you give players a reason to take items off of their plot, theoretically anyway, you reduce the need to, or at least the pressure of having to increase the item limit. And at this point, we're not only talking about pathing, because there are other items that we could talk about. Book rows instead of singular books. Like, they did dishes rather well. Not perfectly, mind you, but they did them rather well. The fact that you have a choice between individual plates or plate stacks. You can have individual bowls or stacks of bowls. Not entirely sure why it ended there. Actually, sorry, no, I do have the answer to that. Unfortunately, I can only assume it's because the developer who made that set is no longer with us. Yeah, I just hadn't. I just realized that, like, as I said that, um, because um, Zalia like spearheaded that set by their own admission, and they were laid off. I'm not even sure when. I can't remember. But if memory serves, the gourmet set was the last one that uh, that she had a major hand in. So maybe the Flotsam set, but I don't think so. I would need to go back in the. Uh, she used to pop into the decor channel, kind of like Seth does on occasion, except she actually talked with us, and you know, um, she actually should like it was a good thing that she was in that public facing role, whereas like Seth, I'm just like, why are you in this public facing role? Some offense intended. And as a note, I have a reason behind this. If and if 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 ever your response to a question is, oh, you just wouldn't understand, you should not be in a public facing role because your customer service skills suck. So, do I, or, I mean, not outside of any, outside of interactions on the Palia Discord, which, I mean, uh, I only really had like minor interactions with one of the CMs back in like 2020, 2024, I want to say. But, and after that, I was just like, I am keeping any interactions with you people public. Because absolutely not. Truth be told, even if someone from S6 did reach out to try and talk with me, outside of like giving me some type of like offer, um, I I would politely, um, or if it was not some type of like offer for sponsorship, offer for like entry into like the Palia Partner Program, if it was some type of like basically fishing for free labor again, I would politely decline the conversation. And say that if they are interested in learning anything, if they have any questions, my business hours are Tuesday and Wednesday over on Twitch from 9:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Warmest regards. Which, for those that are unaware, is how I professionally tell people to go. Ms. Vals. Because in the past, like since 2023, I've given Singularity 6 so much free labor that, yeah, if they want to ask questions, they are more than welcome to come and ask it in my Twitch chat. By all means. Wizard Crab has gone into Bong Chu's chat, has gone to who else? Someone else. Can't remember at the moment. So it's not that the developers haven't gone into people's Twitch chats. So, yeah. Oh, no. They, it's that I have answered questions for them in the past via Discord chat. But then when I reached out, I was met with, well, what do you want me to do about this? You're not a Palia partner. Handle it yourself. Basically, not my circus, not my monkeys. So I was just like, okay, I see how it is. Sure. Sure. Oh, yeah. And that's pretty much the exact point when I like stopped trying to like gain entry into that program was after that. Because I had on several occasions like tried, but it was made very clear to me that they had no intention of ever like, and no idea why. Especially when like at the time of like my first application, I I was like one of the like smaller content creators that they theoretically wanted to help, and then like then suddenly I wasn't big enough. And it's just like, pick a lane here. But at this point, I'm doing fine. Oh, biscuits. Hold please. Ah, just my phone yelling at me that it's almost 4:30. Mm. But yeah, on the plus side, Heartopia tomorrow. Remember, I'm excited. I you sorry to just like circle back around to like the paleo partner thing for a moment. The whole reason why I even wanted to like get into that thing, like to begin with, was so I could fast track my bug reports. It was because the support staff, like, back when S6 had in-house support, they mentioned how good my support tickets were. And I knew that if I got into the Paleo Partner program, I could fast track my support tickets. Yeah, yeah. And like try and get things fixed faster or whatever. Mm. Oh yeah, 100%. But that's probably why, or one of the reasons why, and it's because I'm not a yes person, and it's because I'm like, yeah. But you know, say la vie, la vie. Oh, absolutely not. PETA says it best in the first Hunger Games when he talks about at the end of it all, I just don't want it to change me. And I'm the same way with content creation. At the end of it all, I just don't want it to change me. So, yeah. Anyways, let's find somebody to raid out into my darlings. Make sure to get some rest, everybody. Thanks, Brooke. I always appreciate it when people notice. For better or for worse. Okay, let's bug. Let's bug our lovely widget. It's been a hot minute. But, of course, before I let everyone go, that little reminder that I end every stream with, that I have been, and I always will be, a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams. And I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. All right. Much love, and I'll see you then.